can I do the impossible? Can I do something that I have never ever done before? Before you fall asleep. I'm sitting here with the most advanced chessboard in the world, the ChessUp board from Bright Labs. I have connected via Bluetooth through my phone to the internet, and I will play people on Lichess. And I will see if I can do something that I have tried so many times to do. I will see if I can win 20 games in a row. Can I do it before you fall asleep? So I will take the phone, I will open the app, and I will search for an opponent. We go to Lichess. Play 5 minutes plus 5 seconds for every move. And my opponent opens the game with pawn to c4. I reply knight to f6, knight c3. Let's go for pawn to e4. You can see my opponent is sitting on a phone somewhere, on a tablet, or on a computer. They play g3, and when they play their move, it is transmitted over the internet into my phone, into the chessboard here, and it's displayed like this. So we saw g3, then bishop c5, and now bishop to g2. I am already contemplating some sacrifice on f2, but we will try to just castle and be a little more reasonable here. So now they play knight f3, and I play pawn to e4. I think I can build up a big attack quite quickly. And you know what I think you should do? You should just relax, lay down, just let all the troubles of the world just disappear from your mind. You are safe now, and you can totally just fall asleep, because then I will win our little bet. So they play pawn to d4. It's attacking the bishop. The problem here is, of course, I just play pawn takes knight on f3, and they can't capture my bishop, because I would capture their bishop and I would win 2 pieces. They would only win 1. Now they capture my pawn. The problem, of course, is that I still won a knight for a pawn. So now let me just put the bishop on b4, and I think we are well on our way to winning the first game. Of course, I want you to just relax and fall asleep. Sleep, sleep, sleep. You can just let the beauty of chess wash over you. You can see how they castle. Everything is so quiet and calm and relaxed. Not a care in the world right now. So after castles, we just play bishop takes knight, trading down. Don't want to get that bishop trapped on the side. They play b takes c3, and we just play c6, going for d5, taking control of the center as you take control of your relaxation experience here at the ASMR Chess Clinic. They play bishop to a3, attacking the rook. Of course, rook to e8 is the natural move here. We could have played pawn to d6 as well. We see queen to c2. queen to c2. Let's just play pawn to d5. Pawn takes pawn. Pawn takes pawn. We are up material. We have nice development. We see rook a to e1. We answer knight to c6. And this knight could at some point land on c4 maybe. Okay, bishop back to c8. Let's just play this little move, knight a5, going for c4, the nice little c4 square. They play bishop to g5, pinning our knight. Knight c4, nice outpost for the knight. And this is of course a good knight, and I hope that you will also have a good knight. They play bishop takes pawn. We are not going to recapture with the queen. Instead we will recapture with the pawn, so that we are still protecting our pawn on d5. Our structure is compromised just a tiny bit, but it is no problem at all. And I think we have a nice chance here to just cash in. So we play pawn takes pawn here. I think this does work the way I wanted it to work, but maybe not. So I was thinking here that bishop to h3 should trap their rook. Of course they get the pawn on h7, and I mean, perhaps there is some small attack that we need to worry about just a little bit, but I don't think it will be that big of a deal, to be honest. We are still up material. We are cruising, we are relaxing, as I hope you are also relaxing. There is not anything that you need to worry about right now. Oh, bishop takes on b7. That is quite surprising. I mean, do I have perhaps some tricks here? Let's just play rook to b8, and let me just look at my phone to check my time. Yes, we have plenty of time left, plenty of pieces. We see rook takes rook, queen takes rook. This is all well and good. Rook comes here, so we just play rook takes bishop, because of course they can't capture our rook, as that would result in a checkmate with queen to e1. So I believe this game is in the bag, and it's 0-1 for the bad guys. If at least we consider me to be the bad guys, trying to see if I can win this game before you win these 20 games before you fall asleep. Queen c1, rook takes rook, queen takes rook, and let's just go queen to e2, and there is of course queen b8 check, but there are no further checks. So we do see the check, we do move the king. Now there is no way for them to get to the king. We are up a million pieces here. Let's actually play knight to d2 with some funny checkmating threads like check. And here now they still have no checks available. There's no way for them to stop the checkmate as we are closing in on the king, as you are closing your eyes, relaxing in your body, relaxing your mind. Be like water. Like Bruce Lee said, that's also the best way to play chess. To just let go and be there in the moment. I think perhaps our opponent wants to run out the clock. That is their prerogative. It's not necessarily very sportsmanlike or sportswomanlike to do that, but it is absolutely within their rights, and we have all the time in the world. They actually resigned. They didn't run out their clock, so that is 0-1 for the bad guys, for the bad guy, which is me trying to see if I can win these 20 games before you fall asleep. And you win, of course, if you fall asleep before. Okay, now while I am searching for another game, let me do a little bit of housekeeping on this channel. So, you notice this chessboard. You notice that it is beautiful and cool. Maybe you want it yourself. And if you do, I have good news for you. In the description there is a link and there is a promo code, and it will give you 10% discount on the board. And the board is amazing and cool and beautiful. And if you want to learn everything that it can do, I have a video. I will also have a link to that in the description that goes over all the functions. And if you want a bit of a review or an unbiased opinion of the board, you can go read the comments on those, because many of my viewers have already bought the board. They didn't get bored. Instead, they went to the comment section and they wrote their experiences with having the board, and they were all, I'm happy to say, very, very positive. Pawn to e4 by our opponent. We play pawn to g6. We go for the modern defense. I must make amends. I must try my best. I will play this chess. I will challenge my opponent. What rhymes with opponent? I will be an exponent of the relaxation strategy that will set our mind free and allow us to sleep. I will play pawn to d6. And I can see my phone is doing some vibrations here. Let's see if I can shortly put it somewhere where it does not go into the microphone. Just give me a second. Okay, so we are attacking their bishop bishop drops back to c4. We've seen this before, but we have gained an extra move. We have won a tempo. Now let's go. Let's play knight to f6. And this move attacks the pawn on e4. I have already rhymed that with b4. Rhyming 4 with b4. So they castle. And I can just come in and capture. Let's get ready for the rapture to be taken to dream heaven. Let's see. They could have played queen to e7, except that's not a legal move, but it would have rhymed. Let's see if we can get a chance to use that rhyme another time. I will play pawn to d5. That's quite nice. It attacks the bishop. I feel confident about this game. The bishop drops back. Now let me make an attack. Let me play the bishop out here with a pin on the queen. Is everything as it would seem? The queen drops back, fearing our attack. Let's just castle. No, let's just castle, avoid any hassle. It's a little easier to make it rhyme like that. So improve this knight, and I hope that I am improving your knight. I hope that you're having a good night, maybe even as good as this knight here on e4. This is a very good knight. It's even better now after I play knight d to f6, recharging this knight. So this position is very, very nice. We have basically completed our development, and our opponent's pieces are not that impressive. Okay, so knight g5. Is this something that is concerning to us at all? I don't really think so. I'll just play queen d7. Now I can rhyme it with heaven. Okay, so they want to exchange the knights. I'll just play knight takes. So we still have this monster knight here on e4. And let's play something like rook on a to e8. They develop their knight. Are we going to capture that? I don't think so. I think we'll drop the knight back. We will get right back on track with the attack quite soon. We will leave them shook once we activate our rook. Okay, so knight to f3. They want to break free, but can we play? This may be a little risky, but I want to play this pawn to e5 here. And we are, of course, giving up this strong defensive piece. So maybe we cannot have as much peace of mind as they could. Make an attack on the dark squares. But on the other hand, we are freeing up our pieces to some degree, breaking free, and I'll stop the rhyming. I'll stop the rhyming now. But I'm quite happy with the position, I must say. We are up a pawn. We have nice development. They do have the bishop pair, and I think we'll just develop the rook. Rook f to e8 before it's too late. Oh, sorry, it's a rhyme again. Just don't think about the rhymes. Just have a good time. Sorry. Lay down and relax. Aha, so they do attack our bishop here like this. And I think we have a little trick here. Bishop to e4. Let me just check the time. We have plenty of time. Aha. So they drop their own bishop back. Let's just actually chop that off, because that's not a rhyme, that doesn't count. After queen takes, I believe we can get this super strong square for the outpost, for the knight again. Okay, and this is a pretty positional game. Let's just see if we can go a little bit after their king here. And I think actually knight g5 works, because if bishop takes, then rook takes rook, rook takes rook, rook takes rook, check, we win a rook, we win the exchange. So let's do that. Of course the knight is also protected by the rook, but that's not really what I'm thinking here. And if a move like f4, forking these two pieces, I could either play, okay, so this is pretty bad. They play pawn to h4. We have now knight takes f3. That's check, you see, and we can now win the exchange. But I'm not sure I really want to, even, because queen takes g4 is getting very close to checkmate here, I think. King has to go here, and I think I just take the rook. This is a little boring, but the point you'll see quite soon. So they have to play rook takes knight, and we are just driving this home pretty easily with queen takes here. And the point is that we are, of course, up a bunch of material, but even more importantly, it is getting very, very, very hard for them to find shelter for their king. That is, if they want to keep protecting this bishop here. Otherwise, we can just come in with the rook, of course, and capture that bishop. And I think we may have a pretty interesting pattern, actually, to win this game. Let's see if our opponent resigned the game here. So let's just show how we would win. So it's 2-0 for the bad guys. Okay, so if they go back, we can just come in, rook takes bishop, we will be up even more material. And if they go forwards, we have this check here. Now if they go forwards, we have checkmate. So they will then now have to go back and check here. And if they go back again, we have rook takes again. And if they go forwards, like we are going to capture the queen. So it was a good point for them to resign. We had an absolutely crushing advantage. And that's 2-0 for the bad guys. Now I will play an entire game of chess with no rhyming. 0 rhymes. Sometimes, I just can't help myself. I get in such a good mood playing chess and relaxing, you know. So I get a little silly. I hope you can bear with me. And I hope you're having a relaxed time. I hope you are just letting go of everything. Just allow the thoughts and memories and ideas and concepts and everything that your brain produces. I hope you just allow it to float by like clouds, just not attaching yourself to them. You don't have to think about it. It's just suggestions your brain is making, and you can just observe them. Look at the wonder of all the things your brain can do and think of. Just let it float by, and there comes a new one, there comes a new one, there comes a new one. I'll go get my phone and I'll search for another game. We have a game. They play pawn to d4, we play knight to f6, we hold for pawn to c4, but they don't play that. They're going for the London system. Should I play the Gukesh? Nah, I'll play g6. I don't want to get trapped in anything. So this system, the London system, this looks like it could be end up as a Jobava London, which is maybe a bit more aggressive, but it has a reputation for being quite boring. What my opponent is playing, but it is extremely solid. You avoid a lot of traps that your opponent can throw at you. I think maybe knight to e2 was a little better there. I'll go knight bd7, knight bd7, and it's interesting like how we should strike and challenge this very solid center our opponent has built. So I wonder who they are, like who am I playing against? It could be like it's like a young girl in India, or it could be an old Chinese man, or it could be like the only thing that I know is that we are playing chess. We have that in common. We both like chess, and we are sharing this moment, even though we are worlds apart. It's beautiful. It's beautiful how we have, as a species, we invented this game 1,000 years ago, and we've been playing it ever since. Let's just come in and capture here. Am I concerned at all here? I don't think I really am concerned. Maybe I can win a little tempo with queen b6 here, going for b2. Interesting. They attack. So what is their idea? I mean, I could play knight g4, but I think just takes, and they'd play pawn takes. And what's going on here? Knight g4, is that good? It looks pretty good. I'll try it. It's a typical motif in where we try to undermine this aggressive pawn, and I think we can just come in and capture now, and I think I'll actually use the knight, the most backwards knight, and I think their rook could be in trouble in the corner because of the sniper bishop. Of course, right now we are threatening just knight takes knight and bishop takes rook, so I'm expecting to see something like knight takes knight, but then we will play knight takes knight. Right, so we also play knight takes knight. And now so they play bishop takes knight. We take bishop takes bishop, and this is where they need to show that they have something, because if they don't, we just have very nice position. If they play something like knight to d2, we play bishop takes rook, probably queen takes bishop. Oh, they just sacrificed the knight. Why? Rook attacks here, but we drop all the way back, and we have an extra piece that like a dark squared bishop that they do not have. So I think this could be in the bag as well. This could be another win for the bad guys. Okay, they play bishop c4. I will just play bishop f5 and try to develop my pieces. I think pawn to e5 with an idea of going pawn to e4 and then activating the rooks. And let me take rook to d1, rook a d8. I'll just take a look here. Oh, we have plenty of time. Rook d5. I think we just take that. So they play bishop takes, and how about giving up a pawn for a simpler position? So pawn to e4. Now this is actually like pretty clearly not the best move in the position, but what I want to do is I want to make the game easier for me. So I'm thinking they play bishop takes pawn, and we play bishop takes bishop, and they play queen takes bishop. And we gave up a pawn, but we allowed ourselves to get an easier position to play. Now we still have an extra piece, and they have a piece less to attack us with. So that should be quite good. Of course, if they move the queen, we will contemplate attacking their bishop. Something like rook to d8, perhaps. Could be good. And yeah. So how well are we doing? How well are we really doing here? Should be pretty easily winning. Are they looking for a good move? I think they are. So let's just play rook d8 as discussed. I'm not really too concerned. We play queen d6, just trying to get the queens off. And while this is not particularly good, of course, they resigned the game. That's why we get the little cool checkmate animation. So that's one more for the bad guys. Let's see if we can make it to 4-0 for the bad guys. I go pawn to d4. They play pawn to e5. We play c4. And we go for my pet system, the exchange Slav. And I have some fun attacking ideas here. This is nice. So the point is actually that getting the bishop, luring the bishop out like that is actually what we want in this exchange Slav here. So we are now attacking d5 twice. It's defended once, and we are attacking b7 once, and it is not defended at all. So there are chances of coming out of this with an advantage is small. There will not be that much rhyming in this particular game, but a little bit, just a little bit. I'm not going to spit all the fire bars. And I can't even rhyme with that. It's also tough, like English is my second language. Okay, so just queen takes b7 should be quite good. And maybe a move like actually pawn to e4 after knight d7. This is of course a little bit of a gambit. We are giving away the pawn, but we want to move with speed. We want this bishop to be freed. We want it. We want for it to in the attack. Well, I want trying to get it so I could rhyme with participate. When you are allowed to berate me for butchering that completely. But now the bishop is free, and now we are attacking, and this could be a problem for our opponent. So you can see here we are just converging or convening or just surrounding our opponent with all these pieces. And I think that move is not going to cut it for them. So the point is bishop takes knight. They have to play pawn takes, and then bishop takes knight, and after queen takes we play queen takes rook. So this is one of the sort of attacking patterns that we can find in the seemingly boring looking exchange Slav, and I think we are on our way to be 4-0 for the bad guys. So queen takes bishop, rook, queen takes rook. That is of course check. And this is even worse for them because you can now take the other rook, and the game is effectively over. We are up an insurmountable amount of material. So we have to be a little bit careful. Here it's important that we play knight e2 as knight ge2, but the other knight is not allowed to go to e2 because of the pin, of course. So bishop takes, and of course knight takes, and it's not really going to be possible for them to attack our king any further, so we will just end up being up 2 rooks for nothing, and that is quite good. Oh, not for nothing, they have a pawn, 2 rooks for a pawn, so they are not resigning the game. I just checked. And I think actually I may not need to castle, because I think actually that rook d1 is, if they leave the queen there, and it looks like, okay, so I was going to say that rook d1 because it attacks the queen, and your queen moves, and we play our queen to d8. That would be checkmate. But when they are playing it like this, we actually want to just castle. We don't want to risk anything at all. So I could try to play the most precise moves, but I don't want to risk anything. I have this huge material advantage, and with this move the king is safe, and they are not going to win my queen or checkmate me, and that is really enough for me to win the game here. They attack here. I think actually now rook a8 is it's basically game. It looks dangerous because they can play pawn to e2 with a fork on the rooks. The point is knight takes pawn, bishop takes knight. Okay, so they play this little check here, and I think I just play rook takes. So it's not completely clear how they want to get out of this. I am now also threatening queen takes f6. It's defended by their queen, but I'm actually up so much material, so we could see, let's say I just have the move now, queen takes f6, queen takes f6, rook takes f6, king takes f6, and rook takes bishop on d3, leaving me with a rook and a knight and 4 pawns against 4 pawns, which is it's a good situation to be in. And our opponent resigned, so that is 4-0 for the bad guys. And we have white. We will try pawn to d4 and see if we can make it 4 extremely 5-0 for the bad guys. So we play the Queen's Gambit, characterized by these 2 pawns, and this pawn here, where we are offering up the gambit. So we are giving this pawn away, but we are saying that we will win it back with this bishop. And they are going into a trap that is the first chess trap I learned. Real chess trap, not the Scholar's Mate. So you play a4, like they cannot maintain this pawn here when they capture. And so we have played a4 to undermine this. Now it's pretty easy to see that when they play a6, we'll see what happens. If they play pawn to c6 to protect here, you capture, and then you play queen f3, attacking the rook in the corner with a huge advantage. Here, it's as simple as just playing pawn takes pawn, and you'll notice that this rook is now pinning this pawn to this rook, so they cannot capture. So this looks very, 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 very promising already. And okay, they play bishop to b7, and I remember I was getting into chess and somebody told me you can play pawn to d4 and then pawn to c4, and my opponents kept just capturing. Back on, I was playing at something called Chess Cube back then, and I just couldn't figure it out until I put it in some very early chess engine. Now I can't really play bishop takes pawn here, but I can play, I guess, pawn takes pawn, and they play bishop takes, and now we can play, well, it's protected here, we are up a bunch of material, let's just play the knight out. I have around 3 minutes remaining. I get 5 seconds added for every move, so I'm up on material, I'm up on position. I should be able to bring this one home. I feel like I don't want to actually mess around too much. I'll just see if I can get castled here. And I've been playing a lot and I'm a little bit, tired. I hope you are as well. And therefore I don't want to miss something and break the streak. So that would allow you to win our little bet if you are still awake. So I want to conserve some energy here. Now I'll try and claim the center, and we have these 2 pawns nicely protected. I am, of course, threatening to play this pawn forward with a classic fork on these 2 pieces. So we have very nice control of the center. We are ahead in the material count with a pawn. Material count is just who has more pieces. They attack our knight. The knight is not pinned. It looks like quite simply moving this pawn forward should be quite good. They capture here. I'm not going to try anything fancy with capturing this knight. I'm just going to recapture like this. And now I have this very, very strong pawn chain here that could be hard for them to undermine. Now, how would we continue? I think I'll play now. No, I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure how to go about this. I think I'd like to develop this bishop. We are taking the queen here, and perhaps, yes, so I think that was a mistake what I did there. I think I should have considered defending this pawn first, which was attacked by the knight. I'll defend it now. Just take a look at the time. We are doing quite fine on time, I'd say. Drop the bishop back. Maybe they will push further. Now their king could be in trouble somewhat. Alright, so they are really pushing their luck a little bit here with this attack. Of course, they could be threatening to. So, do we want to address that with something like pawn to h3? Okay, they capture. So we capture. And they are actually building up a bit of an attack here, but we should be able to withstand this. So they are trying to get in now. Let's activate this knight, and they capture. So we just snap up the rook. The more material we get off the board, the better. Now we capture their bishop, and this check should be manageable because it's hard for their knights to get in the game. This one tries to reroute. Let's just place the bishop on a nice square, and I am thinking about rook to g1 to just get rid of this last dangerous rook here. And I have the bishop pair, should be very nice on the open in the open game. I'll have to move a little bit fast now, so maybe this is one where I have to start all over, giving you many. Okay, it goes here. Let's just try to exchange the rooks here, and maybe see if we can start pushing these pawns forward. If they do capture, a move like pawn to c4 could be potentially interesting. Also something like if they do capture, so let's just also capture this one. So we are thinking about, now we are attacking the knight. Knight will have to move or be protected by the queen. Knight does move, and I attack the knight once again, and here I'm trying to get access to this very nice g5 square, which we do get, and that is check, which is very, very nice. So they will probably have to go to f8 actually. They don't, and I think that is just going to be checkmate. No, you go back. I'm sorry, that's not checkmate. Okay, we repeat the position once. They go back, and I think we just capture the pawn. Okay, we just capture the pawn. So very happy about this queen not being super able to get into the game, and we want to activate our bishop. And okay, the queen does try to get into the game. I don't think the check is necessarily super dangerous. So there's this check. They have to go here. Check. And now we activate the bishop. Okay, actually if they go there, we just take here with check. It's quite nice. And now we exchange the queens. Actually we just win the queen. So 5-0 for the bad guys coming up. We have more than a minute left in this position. There is just no way our opponent is going to turn this around. It is just not going to happen. And they throw the check. Yeah, I have no problem with that. And there is no, okay, this one, I thought I had a way to win the knight there, but probably I don't. So let's just push this pawn, attack the knight once again, and if you go here, we are going to have this move, attacking the knight once again. They go here, and let's try to activate this bishop so we can get it on this diagonal here. I mean, okay, check, go there, check, go there, and now we have this with a threat of checkmate that is looking increasingly difficult for them to get out of. I think we did it. We arrived at the checkmate, so that is 5-0 for the bad guys. And I can feel the tiredness creeping in. I was not playing this game as precisely as I should have. So maybe you have a chance, but I don't want you to stay awake for this. I want you to fall asleep. I'll do a bit of hypnosis here. Sleep. Sleep. I want to win this. Please just be super relaxed. Listen to my voice. Observe the beauty of chess and just sleep. Sleep. I have the white pieces again. Stick to pawn to d4. Now we are actually getting a repeat of game 5. Quite nice. We are getting a complete repeat so far. So I attack the pawn in the exact same fashion. And you can maybe feel the repetitiveness just making you tired. Okay, so what on earth is that move? I've never seen that move before. Can I just advance the pawn? Maybe I can. I'll just go and capture this. They capture. And should I try to be tricky and play knight out and they capture, I capture here? No, it's 2. I'll just play this out. If they capture my pawn, I'll play bishop takes f7, an old trick, one of the old ones. Alright, we can't see that, so instead they attack us like this, I guess we block that. And if they play bishop takes, I guess I play queen takes. If they play pawn takes, I think I'll play... Okay, they are not doing that. So I'm just castling in this position. Well, it's an interesting opening system that they are playing. I actually feel like I want to take a look at that, so I can know how to respond. However, I can now, I think, just come in and capture this pawn. Perhaps I even want to use my knight to do it, and now I don't feel I have any problems anymore. Of course, the position is probably quite equal in reality here. So they are kicking the knight. I'll just drop back with the knight. I don't seem to be in too much trouble. Also, I don't have any particular opening advantage. They they attack like this. I mean, let's just exchange the queens. So of course they have to capture with the rook. Unless they are doing something extremely advanced here, they do capture with the rook. And I was hoping that this little move would have some merit. It is attacking the f7 pawn twice. It is attacking the g4 bishop, and the knight is pretty nice on that square. The knight drops back. That can't be right. I feel like capturing here with the knight should be pretty good now. Of course, I am threatening double check on h6, check from both the knight and the bishop. Also, the rook will probably have to move. It is it's defended with it's attacked by a discovered check. Looks like big trouble there. So maybe we are close to 6-0 for the bad guys, but we don't know. Our opponent has been playing interesting opening system there. I feel like I should actually use the board here to just analyze it a bit. Maybe they are running out their clock. You can see actually how it works on the app here. You can see the time, you can see the position, it saves the games, all of that. Link in the description if you want to buy it. And yeah, I'll use the board to analyze the opening that my opponent played. After this game, I think they are running out their clock because they just had that big mistake there, and that is totally their prerogative. I mean, maybe they think they are like harming me some way out of spite or something. But what's really happening is that I can just sit here, be super relaxed. I hope you're super relaxed as well. And maybe we can just do a deep dive on this position. I mean, it's a big problem for them with this knight. They will probably have to move the rook, because the rook is attacked. But if a move like rook to d4 was possible, maybe they could do something. So let's say rook to d4. Let's just imagine it that was possible, because it attacks the bishop. The problem there is that I can play knight h6, so they cannot capture the bishop. It's check from the bishop, but it's also check from the knight. So the king will have to move. And then I could capture the bishop here, but then they could capture my bishop. So actually, if I didn't have a pawn on e3, rook to d4, okay, they are not giving up. They are still in the game. So let's just play this nice little double check, or are we doing this check instead to pick up the rook? But this one picks up an entire piece, I think. So this is check from the knight and from the bishop. So the king will have to move. You cannot capture two pieces at once. You cannot put something in between two pieces at once. So this is, of course, extremely powerful. Now the king, well, wherever it goes, we're going to play bishop, knight takes bishop, be up a piece and a pawn, for no compensation whatsoever. So my opponent was really, so they are actually really determined. We should make a note of that they thought for a long time, and they thought this was the move that gave them the best chance. That means that they are not going to roll over and just resign. That means that we should not rest on our laurels for the remainder of this game. Oh, actually now they resigned. So we can rest on our laurels just a little bit. Okay, so that's 6-0 for the bad guys. But before I play game number 7, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use another function of this chessboard here, where what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Stockfish. It's the strongest chess engine in the world. It runs on my phone. It comes with the app, with the ChessUp app. So like, you don't have to be tech savvy to use this. I'm going to use level 5 assistance, because in level 5 it's not going to make only the best move green, but the best and the excellent moves green. And that's because it could make one of like a move that's just slightly worse, like theoretically worse than the absolute best move according to the engine, could look like a mistake, which it would not be. And then what I'm doing is, you can see how it works. I touch one and it says, okay, these are book moves here, and this is the game that we were playing. You can see it was a green move. This is a green move. This is a green move. Capturing is a green move. Attacking here is a green move, and they played this one. So I just captured the pawn. Is that a green move? That's fine. capturing here should also be fine, actually. I was just afraid of pawn takes. I mean, it is a pawn, it's a free pawn. So let's say that they, well, let's just look at the game. So takes, and then they captured my pawn. And I was actually thinking about developing this knight. Now it doesn't work. Developing this knight, that was not the best. So what is the best move? It's just to capture. It's just to capture and have this position. Right. And looking at this now, it should be pretty obvious that white is doing absolutely fine here. Of course, this pawn is isolated, which is a bit of a bummer. But I am ahead in development. Let's say they play a sensible move like knight f6, and I play knight f3. And I mean, this should be absolutely fine. I'm still ahead in development. I'm still putting pressure on my opponent. Absolutely. Okay, let's see if we can win one more game. Right, searching for a new game here. We're playing on Lichess, by the way. Playing these games on Lichess. But you could play on chess.com as well. I think I should actually start exploring that, like playing against some of the bots on chess.com. That would be like super cool. Using the board. Maybe I should do that in another video. Okay, I have the black pieces. Let's try for Sicilian defense. So I'm not playing the modern in every game. We are just seeing e4, c5, knight f3, and d6. And I'll probably aim to go into a dragon Sicilian, depending on what my opponent plays. Maybe I should read out the names of my opponents. Hamadafik, with a rating of 1626, is what we have here. They play h3, so just knight f6 with an attack on the pawn. They are probably going to play knight to c3, defending the pawn. And if that is what we see, yes, that is what we see. I could either go for knight c6 or g6. I feel like just going knight c6, not really showing my intentions. I want to play this move at some point, no matter what. So this should be completely fine. If they play bishop b5, we will play bishop d7. This h3 move is not particularly ambitious of them, but it does of course take away bishop g4, knight g4, that kind of stuff. Okay, they play pawn to d4. If you know anything about the Sicilian, then you know that you're always going to have Charlie, the c-pawn, the kamikaze pilot, is always going to capture on d4. Knight recaptures at this point. I think g6 is absolutely fair. Of course, possibly e6 would also be good. They play bishop b5, we play bishop d7, just making sure that their attack is not going anywhere. And you can see that I am able to develop my game plan pretty much exactly like I want. They castle, I play bishop g7, no problem. And this is all about this pawn to h3, with just not putting pressure on me in any significant degree. And I'm probably going to castle quite soon. And I have not of course, gotten any. Well, the knight goes back. I mean, that is. I have not gotten any castle after knight f3. So they play knight f3, I castle. I have not gotten any significant advantage out of the opening, but they were playing white, and now they're playing all these backwards moves. And after I play, so they play bishop d3, and then I play rook c8, and I am pretty close to having completed my development. Now they go for knight d5. And I mean, I'd like to play pawn to d5 at some point. So maybe I just kick the knight. I could play pawn takes, I could play knight takes knight. But I mean, I think pawn to e6 is the principled way to react in this situation. I of course do not want them to target my now weak d6 pawn, and I don't want them to play some bishop g5. Of course they can't do that right now. I'll just play pawn takes knight, but I mean, we'll see what they do. Take a look at what they do here. They play the knight backwards like this. So I'm thinking some queen move now. Possibly queen to b6 after their puzzling knight to e3. They are very fond of playing these backwards moves. If the bishop moves, the queen will have an attack on the d6 pawn, but of course knight takes e4 would take care of that. So in this position, let's consider this knight h5, because they play rook to b1, protecting the pawn. And then we play knight h5, and then they play c3, and I'm not sure what they're doing, but it allows me to plant this knight in a pretty nice square. So I play knight f4, attacking their light squared bishop, and I have my super monster sniper bishop, the one-eyed super monster sniper bishop here. Oh. So I somehow completely missed that discovered attack. So now I am in very, very big trouble. I guess we will have to play. There's no knight takes now. I guess we will have to play knight takes pawn, right? Because that's check, so at least we get a knight for the pawn. So they just have to capture like this. We play queen here, and we have very significant problems now, but maybe we'll be able to weather the storm, because the king could be could be a problem with the king. Alright. So let's say we see a move like bishop to e3. Then I'm guessing queen h5 maybe. And let me just take a look at the time. So I have 1.5 minutes. They have about the same. I do get 5 seconds. We both do for every move we play. Right. So they push this pawn. I'm going to go ahead and capture that. So maybe they are thinking something like that they want to play pawn to g4 now. In which case I could consider knight takes knight, queen takes knight, or I could okay, they play knight takes knight, in which case I'm actually pretty happy, I think, to play bishop takes, because I'm hoping I can make my d7 bishop strong. Okay, so they play the bishop there. We drop the queen back. And pawn, knight takes bishop, pawn takes pawn, and okay, they are coming for us. Of course, we move the rook out of the way, and now they are trying very hard to get in on our dark squares. So we play f5. Of course, we are threatening now a bunch of stuff. Pawn to e4, bishop to c6. And as soon as our bishop comes to c6, we actually should be doing quite okay in terms of defending our king. We are down a single point of material here. Let's just attack the queen, unveil an attack on the bishop, and that could be extremely problematic for our opponent. So in this position, I believe we can actually win this bishop here, and the point is that there is no checkmate on the dark squares. We are actually defending all the dark squares quite nicely, although they look very, very suspect. We do have the queen in particular. They are thinking they want to come in here on f6 with their queen, which would also attack the, yes, they are actually doing it. So let's just say that we are not interested in that at all. And And we are actually considering now if they are not trading queens, which they are not. I mean, let's just... Oh, this was a pretty poor move that didn't do anything. That I played, but I'm in a little bit of a hurry now. Okay, we just exchange a bunch of pieces here. Takes, because we actually have an extremely strong position. We're just down on time. Check. King moves. If the queen tries to infiltrate again, we'll go back with our queen. I have to be, of course, a little bit careful of what I do. Now I just try to exchange these pieces here, and then we are just up a bunch of pawns. Still the dark squares are, so we capture here first with check, and we won on time because our opponent also ran low on time. Of course, the position is winning now. They have to capture like this, and I don't think we can afford this check here. Because they can hide maybe like this, and we don't have a way really. Like, we can throw more checks, probably, but instead we just play the queen here, and they throw this check, and we go here, and they have sort of run out of productive things that they can do. And at our leisure, we are going to push the pawns because we are up 2 pawns for nothing here. Of course, they will always try to claim something about the dark squares here, but we should absolutely be able to win this also in the long term. All right, searching for a new game. Oh, we got one there. We have the black pieces against Kledinka with a rating of 1663. We play g6, so we will have to be a little bit careful. d4, bishop g7, c4, d6. So they're playing a pretty big center against our modern defense. Play knight f3. So just castles. Okay, and how can we do? What can we do here? I like this plane of c6, c6 and a6 and b5 is one way to go. We can consider putting the knight on the... I play knight bd7, the castle, okay. So a6, so they're playing very well. Probably this is the toughest opponent we have had so far. So we will will have to be a little bit careful here. Play pawn takes pawn. Play a takes b5. So how are we going to play this? I don't know the middle game plans in the variation they have played, but I'm thinking I need to develop my queen. Find a good place for my queen. Find a good place. And the light squared bishop, it's also not necessarily a given how to develop that. Maybe a move like queen to d6, b6 rather. Play queen to d6. How do you feel about that? That could be something we could look at. Our opponent is having a long think here, so maybe they will play something critical now in this position here. So I am basically not sure of the plans for black here. I feel that black's position should be absolutely fine here. But I mean, where do I put the pieces? Where do I put the light squared bishop? Where do I put the queen? The rooks I'm not that concerned about. They can enter the game once the pawn structure has been, clarified a little. So my opponent is really having a long think here. Kledinka. So you can see here how it looks on the screen. So maybe we should do a bit of deep analysis, positional analysis. They have the center with the two pawns, the classic duo in the center with these two pawns. And they have a ready-made open file for the rook on the c file. So rook c1 is, we can very easily see that being played, which would pressure the c6 pawn, which is a backward pawn in our camp. And if we ever have to deal with any attack against that pawn, we may have a place for the bishop on b7 defending that. They also have the dark squared bishop looking at our knight here. We could see a move like queen to d2, bishop h6 in an attempt to exchange this dark squared bishop for this dark square bishop. If we see something like queen d2 here, I could consider playing rook to e8 actually, so that if they play bishop h6, we won on time. I think maybe they disconnected there. I'm going to count it as a win anyways, and so that is 8-0 for the bad guys. So, yeah, who said there isn't luck in chess? And I think they play something like this. And but if they do, like, are we going to be really aggressive and attack this knight and try and capture this pawn? Actually, maybe this move is a bigger threat. Like, it, in many positions, it is a pretty big threat, because even if they play something else like this, the knight could have a hard time finding a home, right? So maybe here, and then perhaps here, opening up also this diagonal for the bishop. So it's interesting and rich position. Now let's have another game. All right, we have a game. I'm playing against Omega 64 with a rating of 1541. So probably they are not going to be like a pushover. d4, d5, and c4. Queen's Gambit accepted. We play the line with pawn to e3, attacking this. We've seen this many times before, and they know the line. They're not trying to keep the pawn, so we just play bishop takes. After knight f6, and then they play e6. And I'm trying to be very laid back now, so I don't hunch my back over the chessboard and fall. Like, after a while you get tired in the back muscles. So now I'm very laid back in the chair here. I am still here. Hello. And let's see how we can develop our game plan. I mean, knight f3 should do the trick. We can now castle, and I mean, the nice thing, bishop b4 and knight c3, the nice thing here is that they are not really putting pressure on us. Okay, they are not ambitious at all. They play bishop takes, c3, pawn takes, c3, and here they play b6. We castle. I'm a little worried about the speed with which they are playing. That is a little concerning. Bishop b6. I guess bishop d3. They probably want to strike in the center with c4, but we are not too concerned with that. And in actuality, okay, they castle. So I actually think I want to play knight. Let's go here. Knight back to d2, because I would very much like to play pawn to e4, you see. And after pawn to e4, which I can do now, I feel much safer in this position. I could even play pawn to f3, pawn to f4, or in this case I could even consider playing pawn to e5. I'm making this bishop on b7 very, very strong, but I'm also saying, how are you defending your king now? Let's say bishop takes h7, king takes h7, queen h5, check, king back, and knight. Yeah, we need the knight. So let's play queen h5 first. This, of course, threatens checkmate. I expect pawn to h7 or pawn to h6 rather, or pawn to g6 are moves that I am expecting here. It looks like a pretty tough fight, but it's always okay. Yeah, so they try for this fork here. It's not a tough fight. This is actually going to, well, it's not going to be checkmate, but this check is of course very, very strong. So the king moves, and I'm thinking about bishop a3 check, then pawn to c5, pawn takes pawn. There's probably no knight takes bishop. Let's see if we can make this work. So we do this check here. And we do have this. And I was thinking that maybe pawn takes pawn, knight takes bishop, and then we advance with the pawn with a check. I mean, it looks very tempting. And okay, so instead we have knight takes. So now we probably have to move our bishop. Did I just mess that up? I think I messed that up actually. That beautiful, beautiful attack. So or can we try this little trick? So it looks like I am hanging the knight, but I'm not sure I am. I'm not sure I am hanging the knight. And so if queen takes knight, then bishop takes, and if bishop takes bishop, then knight takes bishop, gets out of the way, attacks the knight here, which is pinned, opens up a file for the rook to come and attack the queen. So I think I just about saved it there. Maybe our opponent had something very strong that they missed. The threat is now knight takes knight. That's a very big threat. And if I don't play that, let's say they play rook c8, I could play probably knight d6. Oh. So they attack us like this. But that is not really going to cut it. We do have this move here. Remember very importantly that this knight is pinned. So there is no like queen takes knight, because queen takes knight and they can't recapture. And now I think they are in pretty serious trouble. Okay, they throw in this check. I have to move, but I don't think that is particularly problematic. I have 1.5 minutes left. Okay, they play this, which I don't think does that much. Now it's a good move from them. So how can I really improve my position? How about threatening checkmate like this? I feel that's a pretty fancy move, maybe, because I'm now threatening queen h8 checkmate. And it's actually still checkmate like so, even after this, and that is 9-0 for the bad guys. Interesting attacking game. I almost fumbled the attack, I think, but we got there in the end, and we are still doing great. I hope you are doing great. I really wish the best for you. And let's put up the pieces, which is actually the most important move in chess. It's putting the pieces up, win or lose, just like in life. You can have all these strategies in life and all these ways and concepts and plans on how to succeed. You have all these moves. The most important thing I have found in my life, at least, is to put the pieces back up after the game, win, lose or draw, and play again. So let's go and challenge someone on Lichess while being very, very relaxed, hanging out. And I'd like to give at this point a shout out to my patrons. If I have any of you watching at this point, thank you very much. It takes a lot of time to make these videos. It takes a lot of time, and your support makes it possible. Of course, if somebody listening here would like to support the channel and maybe help me make more videos or better videos, it's patreon.com/ASMRchess. And we have a game, e4. We're playing against Garcint with a rating of 1573. Let's go for the, excuse me, the Sicilian defense, and they play the most timid variation possible with just d3. So the game was e4, c5, and d3, and then knight c6, and now c3. So I'll just go d6, preparing good hold, knight f6, g6, bishop g7. And let me lean back a little bit. Play bishop e2. They have a very original game plan here. Sort of what? Bishop f3, bishop e2, then bishop f3, spending 2 moves on that. I could even attack it already with knight e5, probably with advantage. Now it's even worse because they play knight e2. So I am going straight for that. Now the bishop can't get back, so knight e5 just attacks the bishop, and I'm very happy to just get that off the board. They will play queen takes. Anything else would be a mistake. And should I play bishop g4? This queen could get trapped. So let's play bishop g4. Excuse me. I have to lean back. Relax my back here. Aha, so they play queen f4. And I feel I should just go full on after this queen. I'll play h5. Now I have ideas of bishop h6 with an attack on the queen. I think if they play h3, I may not be able to play that. Let's see, h3, bishop h6, queen takes h6, rook takes queen, bishop takes rook. No, I can move my bishop there. And it's a super awkward position, but I did win a queen for 2 pieces. So they are very close to having their queen checkmated. Now they voluntarily put their queen on a square where it can just be captured. I think maybe this is somebody playing on their older sister's account or something, because this does not look like the play of a 1500 here. I mean, I have patrons, we hang out in the Discord, I analyze their games, and some of them are rated 1000, and they, when I look at their games, they play much better than this. It's not even close. So now, of course, the only move here is g takes the bishop, g takes f3, and the game is, of course, completely over. You cannot lose your queen for a bishop. So how did they get to a rating of almost 1600 if they're not playing on like their older sister's account or something? I mean, how did they do that if they are playing like this? Because like if this was just a one, like the only weird thing they did in the game, I would say it's probably a mouse slip or, you know, an oversight. Like it can happen to everybody. It can happen to everybody, but like they played e4, d3, c3, bishop e2, and then bishop f3. And they're taking a long time to move here. Maybe they are frustrated. Maybe they have just left the computer, which gives us some time. So if you're watching at this point, you're probably like not completely new to chess, but I know that some of you guys just watch for my voice and for the ASMR aspect of these videos. And if that is the case with you, then let me take this time while our opponent is running out their clock to explain why, in the most relaxing ASMR way that I possibly can, why I am so confident that this game is over. Right, okay, so I have won their queen. You see her here. I have also won a bishop. And they have won a knight. Once they recapture my bishop, (10-0) for the red guys. And well, let's just continue explaining why I'm so sure I will win here. So we say that the knight is as strong as 3 pawns, roughly. And the same goes for the bishop. So that means that these two cancel out. Nobody has gotten any advantage necessarily from this exchange. We cancel them out. Then they will have this is what they play, of course. And then this is the material imbalance. Material in chess, you know, I'm a material girl in a material world, and material in chess is quite literally the material that we use to play with, except the board. It's the pieces. And when we say that we count material, we say who has the better pieces left on the board. And the queen is equivalent to 9 pawns or 2 bishops and a knight, for instance, because they are 3 each. So that means that I am 6 pawns or 6 points of material ahead in the material count here. That doesn't mean that I will always win that game. You can maybe remember a famous Paul Morphy game where he's down 17 points of material because he's sacrificing all his pieces for a forced checkmate. So you always have to look at what kind of compensation does your opponent have. And in this case here, there's no checkmating attack. You can see my king is snug as a buck in a rock. There is not even a light squared bishop that could come with any checks. I can castle soon. There is only a knight developed. These pieces are far away. So I can just play a very, very simple strategy. Protect my pieces from this point. And every time I get a chance to make an even exchange, I can do that even exchange because it's actually in my favor. You can see if I exchange these two, and I exchange these two, and these two, and these two, and you could also exchange all the pawns for all the pawns because we have 8 each. All of these would just be equal exchanges, but now what you see here is that I have the queen against the knight. So now I have 3 times as much material on the board. The queen being worth 9, the knight being worth 3, which is a much, much bigger relative advantage than being up with, like, I don't know, I had 29 to like, or maybe I had 35 and they had 29, which is still a huge advantage for me, but it's not 3 times as many. This is 3 times as many. In this kind of endgame, you would go for a way, just attack, chase the king around until you would be able to play a move, like get the queen here, for instance, with a check against the king, and you can then come and pick up the knight. This is one of the reasons that the queen is so much stronger. Now, let's play another game. I have the white pieces pawn to d4. It's the move that we play. We are playing against McKeon with a rating of 1500 exactly. Maybe that's some sort of starting rating you get when you just create your account, maybe. So the game went d4, knight f6, c4, e6, and knight to c3, and then the Nimzo Indian with bishop to b4. I feel like pawn to e3. We call that the Rubinstein variation, I believe. And they can play bishop takes knight, but that's not ambitious. This is more ambitious. c5. I guess we develop the knight. I am a little bit concerned with my opponent's play here. 1500, but they're playing the Rubinstein, the Nimzo Indian Rubinstein variation. So knight f3 and then knight c6. I guess I can actually play bishop d3 here and get castled. And I don't think, like, I'm pretty sure this is a well-known theoretical position. I don't think there is any point in going after this bishop with a move like a3. Okay, so just pawn takes, and I'm in the mood for knight takes pawn. I could have played pawn takes pawn as well. Okay, d5. So they can try to create an isolated pawn for me. That is one of the main ways that theory has developed to combat the queen's gambit. That's actually one of the reasons why this opening called the London system has gained so much popularity. But I think actually we can play now c takes d5. And they do play bishop takes knight on c3, pawn takes bishop, and pawn takes pawn. So now they have the isolated pawn. So how do I want to develop my pieces? Maybe just a quiet rook b1, just saying that maybe this bishop needs to guard the b7 pawn for just a while longer. I do have the bishop pair. Let's enter into the very, very ASMR mode and explain the power of the bishop pair. So knight to e4, attacking the c3 pawn, that I will use my powerful bishop to defend, or will I instead play queen to c2? I will. So the point of that we say that the bishop pair is an advantage is because if you take a look at my dark squared bishop, you'll notice that it is unopposed. And being unopposed, I control in the long term the dark squares of the chessboard to a greater degree than my opponent. And that is one of the reasons that we say that the bishop pair is an advantage in chess. How do we develop from here? How about pawn to a3? I spent a lot of time explaining. I have 2 minutes left. So I'm thinking okay, they play knight takes. And I think just pawn takes. And now I have a very strong center. And they have a very strong knight, of course, and my dark squared bishop, which should sort of be the pride of my position. Oh, excuse me, they play queen here. But maybe, just maybe, that's a mistake. f3. So the bishop is defending e3. And if the knight drops back, I can play bishop takes h7, unless they play knight f6. Oh, okay. The thing here is that they are not really threatening checkmate because I am defending this. So I think just pawn takes knight. And now I'm curious. How are they? Okay, they do play this. And I could actually, I'll just play bishop c4, but I could have perhaps played queen to f2. Of course, the bishop c4 is attacking the f7 pawn. Lots of chess games has been decided on f7, this little square here. It's not necessarily very clear actually how they are going to defend that. I think a move such as rook f8 fails to rook takes pawn on b7, so maybe defend laterally with rook e7. And they are having a great big think here. I think that oh, they just resigned. Well, excellent. That's 11-0 for the bad guys. We have the white pieces. We play pawn to d4. We see e6. Let's just play c4. They back into a queen's gambit declined. Move knight c3, so the game was d4, e6, c4, d5, and now knight to c3. They play c5. I think if I play pawn to e3, which I am going to do, this is the Tarrasch variation, I believe, named after Dr. Siegbert Tarrasch, and we have a very symmetrical way of playing. They play knight c6, we play knight f3. I believe that their plan is to give me an isolated pawn. Or yeah, I think so. And there could be issues with my sort of stock plan of going bishop d3 and queen to c2, because with a big queen here and a bishop here, a knight coming to b4 would fork those. So I'd have to play pawn to a3. First, so we're playing against Eli Sarato with a rating of 1532. They play this knight h6 as a very, very, should we say, original move. It's not something that I have really seen before. I guess actually I will play bishop d3, not playing a3 quite yet, because if we do c knight to b4 attacking the bishop, I can drop it all the way back to b1. What is this knight doing? What's going on here? So I castle, they play bishop. Excuse me, they play castle here. They play bishop d6 and then I castle. And if queen c2, I have the knight fork trick with knight b5. So I feel that they are trying to deviate from standard development with some interesting knight h6. So they play c takes d4. So now they are going for that idea of isolating the pawn. We're okay. We play e takes d4, and then to complete this idea they should play d takes c4. Instead they castle. And I mean, then I will play c takes d5, isolating their pawn, isolating my pawn as well, of course. But now that is equal, and I think actually just bishop takes knight. I know giving up a very strong dark squared bishop here for a knight is of course a little controversial, but I feel that there should be compensation with the compromised structure. I have now created a weakness, I feel, towards the king. And I am of course not capturing the pawn on d5. because then bishop takes pawn, knight takes and queen takes here is, yeah, well, it's, so I'll play this ultra subtle king h1 so that bishop takes is not check. So this move threatens knight takes, or does it? They want to play rook g8. So how about I play, this is maybe a little too subtle, but I'm playing queen b1, not queen c2, because I want to avoid the fork. I haven't had time to play pawn to a3 to defend against the fork. So if we do see rook g8, I can play bishop takes h7. In fact, it could be a little tough for them to defend f7. And I am still contemplating playing knight takes d5. If I had some sort of control over f6, I would definitely do it. So I could play knight takes d5, bishop takes h2, and then some knight f6, but at this moment in time the queen can just come in and capture that knight. They're taking a big long think here. They're down to 2 minutes. I am guessing that they have to play f5 probably. To stop the attack on h7. Pawn to f5. Because it would be protected by the rook. It would be protected by the bishop. Okay, they are not going for that. So I think I will play bishop takes h7. Now I am, of course, curious how they want to proceed. They're just going to attack my bishop. So I think I will drop back, but not all the way back. I'm going to play bishop to f5, protected by the queen. So if bishop takes bishop, I come in with the queen and I activate a piece. Of course, my position is very, very good, but the one bad thing you could say about my position is that I have these heavy pieces on the back rank not participating as much as they really should. As much as they really should. I'm up a pawn. Their king is maybe a little compromised. My king should be quite safe. There are no checks against it. I have continuous pressure against their isolated pawn. And some pieces are coming off. Bishop takes bishop. Queen takes bishop on f5. Now I am really threatening. Knight takes. So they play knight to e7. It does take care of some of their problems. However, I feel that queen h5 with an attack against h6. and a continuing attack against the d5 pawn. And I'm not too afraid actually of queen takes h6, rook h7, queen takes f7, with a coordinated attack with the rook and the bishop against h2, because the knight is defending that quite nicely. Maybe it's time to activate some pieces, or maybe it's simply time to capture this pawn here now. If knight takes knight, queen takes knight. And they have no bishop takes h2 check because the king moved. They are going for this sort of checkmating thread instead. So let's start with the check. And if the king moves back, let's then pin this rook so there's no attack against and we develop some rook now. I could even consider queen takes h6 check, but now I am okay. So comes here. Let's develop the rook a little bit more, and I want to put the rook on h4. So here, just coordinating an attack here. If something like rook g6 attacking the queen, I feel that queen f5 should be sufficient. So we are maybe getting close to 12-0 for the bad guys. And my opponent resigns. I didn't get... Oh, they didn't resign, they ran out of time. Okay. And of course, my plan is just rook here, checkmating attack here. If they try to maybe mess with my queen, there's no immediate threat, so I just go here, which pins. And interestingly, let's say instead they do go for taking here. So what is a little interesting about this is that I can perhaps... Can I play rook g1 here? Because if rook takes, rook, then knight takes, and there is no attack. If rook takes pawn, then knight takes, and there's no attack. But of course, rook takes rook, and knight takes is maybe a little bit unnecessary. I don't know if they could. No, they can't really move the queen because the rook is hanging. So I think this is actually kind of a funny way to win the game. Okay, interesting. So that's 12-0 for the bad guys. We have the black pieces. Let's go for a Sicilian again. We are playing against Roshanla. Maybe they are a fan of Brandon Sanderson. They have a rating of 1503. E4, C5, and knight C3. We played D6. We want to play knight to F6. And yeah, knight F3, knight F6, being very relaxed here. And they go for the open Sicilian with D4. Charlie the kamikaze pilot will of course capture the D4 pawn, and they recapture with the knight, and we play pawn to G6, going for the Sicilian dragon. And I guess bishop E2 is an important move here. Of course, bishop E3 is very often played first. But now they go for the bishop instead. I'm less worried about this. So they go bishop E3, we go bishop G7, and then bishop C4, we castle. The bishop C4 is known as the Fischer bishop, and they are probably going for pawn to F3 here, so they can go queen to D2. No, what is this? They play queen F3. So I'm very confused by that. That doesn't seem to help them at all. I will play knight C6. I'm pretty sure they should make a knight exchange here. Play knight takes knight. Because otherwise I will play knight to E5. Knight here, attacking the queen and the bishop, which would be pretty devastating for them, I think. So what are they doing? So they play bishop to F4, which of course stops the knight coming to E5, but it also hangs the knight on D4. That's no longer defended, so knight takes knight on D4, attacking the queen. Hello. And the position is now quite horrible for white. I am actually just going to say the damage is done, so I guess I believe in and go back with the knight. So they play queen d3, and I just play knight back to c6, and now they jump in with this knight to d5. They play knight to d5. And I will just play knight takes knight. Knight on f6 takes the knight on d5. This unleashes this bishop here. So could be a huge problem for them now. They are down material. And they play queen takes. And I think we can then very comfortably go into the end game with queen a5 check. And the point here is I want to exchange the queens because I'm up material. And they block with pawn to c3. I play queen takes queen. They play bishop takes queen. And I play actually rook to b8 because I want to play, okay, they castle long. I want to play bishop d7, and I want to play knight to e5, and then it's nice that this pawn here is already protected. So knight f5, bishop takes knight, bishop takes bishop, and I guess, yeah, g3 with an idea of going g5. So let's play b5 now. They do go g5. We just drop the bishop back to, or they play f5 rather. We drop the bishop back, then they play b4 to stop our pawn. But it hangs, of course, the pawn on c3. So everything has a price. I'm guessing they play rook d2. I don't think we will have much trouble in this game. If rook, not rook d2, rook d3, and if rook d3 just, no, of course not, because then we just take the rook. So, oh, they aborted the game. So that is 13-0 for the bad guys. All right, we have the white pieces against Tallinn Feda, rating of 1500. Probably that is just some starting rating, because when it's exactly 1500, my guess is that they just created their account on Lichess. So the game went d4, knight f6, c4, g6, knight f3, bishop g7, and then e4. So I was allowed to play e4. They play d6. So I play this little pet line here with bishop to e2. And the idea is that if they castle, which they do, I want to play h4, right? And h4 is about trying to activate this rook without moving it, just getting rid of this pawn. So we are attacking the king position. That is what that move is about. It's working together with the bishop e2, of course. Play h5, knight takes, bishop takes, excuse me, h5, pawn takes, bishop takes, knight takes, and queen takes. They strike in the center with e5. Here I play d5. I've actually had this position quite a few times. And they can play h5 themselves. And then I have a very funky idea of knight f3, knight h2, getting the knight here, and then play g4. Very funky idea that I actually developed myself. It's not the most sound way to play, but it's actually pretty decent. I analyzed it with the computer, and it was saying, well, I mean, if you want to, you can play like that, and I guess we will see that. Except, of course, if our esteemed opponent in this position plays bishop g5, then we can't do it. Alright, they just play knight bd7. We play this funky knight h2 with ideas of playing pawn to g4. You're right. They, as they should, develop and attack our center here. And I believe queen c2 is the move. Queen c2. Or bishop g5 was also another way to go. So they have to play a5 now, because otherwise I will play b4 and their knight will have to retreat. If their knight will have to retreat, they will be in big trouble. Our opponent is playing very well. It is maybe a little bit concerning. They are, however, spending a lot of time in this position, thinking about what they want to do. They're not blitzing out a5, which is very nice. But I don't think they have anything else really that they really can do to be productive. They have to keep the knight stable on c5. If I'm allowed to play b4 and kick the knight back, the knight would even have to, in all likelihood, go to d7, blocking in the bishop. Then comes g4. So they're spending so much time here. They just play pawn to a6, then we will blitz out b4. And now the knight is forced to go all the way back to d7. We will play the move that we have been preparing. Or will we play bishop g5 first? Because I do notice that they are actually controlling that square too many times for my liking, because I played queen to c2. So we will play bishop here to pin the knight, so that we can play pawn to g4. And they strike in the center. So I may change my plans completely here and play b5. I will play b5 because if a takes b5, then knight takes b5 looks like a very nice outpost for the knight there. It's a good square. It cannot be kicked away by any pawns. It will be attacking the pawn on d6. Probably this is a winning advantage for white. What do you think? What do you think? You know what? I actually don't want you to think too much. I want you to sleep. Just sleep. Relax. Everything is alright. Sometimes I get comments on these videos from people where I don't think they know necessarily what ASMR is. So they think like they just clicked on a chess video, they think, and they go, why is this guy so creepy? Now I think actually I have to castle, because otherwise this knight is pinned. It's a little bit annoying, so we just castle short. And okay, pawn takes pawn. And is there anything wrong with knight takes pawn? My opponent is down to 30 seconds. We have 3 minutes. We are attacking the pawn on d6. I mean, and they play knight b6, which doesn't seem to me to do anything at all. So I play knight takes pawn on d6. And they resigned the game. They were low on time. And yeah, so that is 14-0 for the bad guys. We have the white pieces, d4. And I mean, can you imagine d5? They play knight f6. Imagine. And I play pawn takes pawn. This is the martial defense. It's one that's very good to know if you are playing the Queen's Gambit. The point is you want to play e4, chase away this knight. I recommend holding back on the move and just play knight f3 first and then play e4. But can you imagine that you are like some, if you don't know about ASMR, you don't know what it is, and you're just hyped, you just want to learn some opening, you want to learn something about chess, and maybe you just watched like a Gotham chess video or something that's very high energy, and you click one of my videos and you just, hello and welcome to ASMR Chess. I can imagine why people would be a bit surprised if they don't know what ASMR is, or they didn't notice that my channel had ASMR in the name. So e4, knight back to f6, and we play knight c3, and if we contrast these two positions, e6, you can see that white is of course doing very well. And let's just go bishop d3 with a view to castle. They play bishop b4. In this case, we'd be very happy to play a3. We would like to see them play bishop takes knight, because yeah, they are not going for that. Because pawn takes knight, a pawn takes bishop in that position would be very good. We could then later try to play e5 and should have a very nice attack. I'll just castle after they play bishop a5. And they castle as well. This looks like the kind of position where we can just make a Greek gift sacrifice. So we play pawn to e5. And does the Greek gift work here? It should work. Let me see. Bishop takes h7, check, king takes knight, g5, check, king goes back, and we attack with the queen. It should be a checkmating attack coming. So I think it does work. Bishop takes h7, check, king takes, of course, knight d5, protected by the bishop. It's very important. So this is check. They go back to g8, and here is the big problem for them. We play queen h5, and it is not really possible to keep the queen and defend against the checkmate threat on h7. So it looks like it will be 15-0 for the bad guys. You can't escape with pawn to f6. Queen h7 is still checkmate. The knight guards on f7. So, well, this is just a model game of well, yeah, you can see it here. This is just a model game. They play f6 of this Queen's Gambit strategy. They allowed us to gain the center by playing the Marshall defense. The Marshall defense allows us to establish these two pawns, and then we execute the game with the Queen h7 checkmate with the Greek gift sacrifice, which is a sacrifice that I made a video about, and 2 years ago or something, and it's a sacrifice that was first described 403 years ago. It was described in 1620, that sacrifice I just did. That mechanism of sacrificing the bishop here and then. I think actually maybe it's called the Greek sacrifice after the guy who described it first. He was called Greco, and I think Greco actually means the Greek. So I think actually it's called the Greek gift after him. So yeah, that's one of the reasons that chess is such an amazing game, that it has like a history that is so rich. I mean, you can't really play Fortnite and go, oh yeah, this move was invented 400 years ago and it's named after this Renaissance, person. Not that there's anything wrong with Fortnite, it's just like it's one of the special things about chess is this extremely rich history. Oh, that was quick. We have a game. We are playing black. Our opponent is 1505. They play d4. We play knight f6. Will we get the first Budapest defense? No, they play the London. Okay, we just go g6. So knight here, bishop here. It's that sort of Joe Bava London system, but now they're going completely off track with this. So they want to exchange the bishops. We don't want that. So we just play this little h6 move. And I guess we can just play d5. I mean, I think perhaps we are doing very well actually out of the opening here. So knight bd7 should not be too risky. And the idea is to play c5. So they attack us, they play knight. So is that the refutation of what I just did? Because we have very limited options here. I'm pretty sure we have to play e5. So and they play knight takes. Which means that we can play knight e4 with an attack against the queen. And everything is well with the world again, I think. At least I think. So, all right, queen here. And we just try to cash in. We play knight takes knight. They play pawn takes. That's interesting. And is there a reason that we can't just play bishop takes? I guess we will find out. Bishop takes bishop. Oh yeah, of course. I'm getting really tired. I've been playing for many hours now, and I thought that my king was my queen, and I thought I could capture that bishop with my queen, which of course I cannot. So now they will play knight takes c7, and unless I come up with something really amazing, I'm going to lose the game. Can I come up with... Okay, they play bishop takes c7. I think that may be a little bit of a mistake, maybe. At least let's try and put some pressure. Let's play queen f6. This could be looking at the b2 pawn. Of course, it's also looking at f2. It's very well defended at this point. But so they, like so, and we have to get the pieces out. And I am down a piece and a pawn. But I do have some development going on. So there could be chances. Bishop drops back. Let's, like, we are in desperation mode. I mean, we have to get the pieces out, but none of them really have good squares. But of course our opponent is behind in development, so there are chances. There are chances, but it's going to be very, very difficult to win this. Maybe. So how are they developing their queen? So that is a huge gift for us, because we can then come in and capture the queen, which makes our life so much easier. They resigned. I was so close to losing the bet. I was so close. I was so close. Oh my god. So that is 16-0 for the bad guys. Oh my god, that was close. And then they blundered the queen. Well, that helps. And we have the white pieces. Let's try to be careful. We're playing against Spessari with a rating of 1623. So we shouldn't, we really shouldn't rest on our laurels here. And they play a tricky line, the Albin counter gambit, and it's really time for me to try to stay focused, because I was so close to losing that last game. They throw this check. I believe interposing the bishop is the right move. And they develop this, and then I think I can play a3 and I should be okay here. I think they, yes, so they play bishop takes, and I play, I think maybe actually I play queen takes, just to keep attacking the pawn. I actually think queen takes is just fine here. And okay, so let's see if we can avoid blundering this game away. We're dealing with a pretty strong opponent. Are we just playing pawn to b3 to protect that? I'm not sure why. But I feel b3, pawn to b3 here is just prudent. Now, how do we feel about playing pawn to e3? I think we are out of the territory now where that is very dangerous to do. Sometimes in this opening it can be very dangerous to do that, but I think we are out of that territory. So pawn to e3, and if pawn takes pawn, I think just queen takes pawn. And that should be quite good. I think they have exhausted their tricks now, and they are now working on some new tricks. So I think this knight wants to come to either to g3, g6 to attack the e5 pawn, or maybe here. But I think pawn to e3 should still be good. Pawn takes pawn, queen takes pawn, knight f5. They just castle. But can't I then play pawn takes pawn with just a devastating position? I mean, they need something very impressive now. So I have 2.5 minutes here. If I want to retain my advantage, I will probably have to play pawn to d5. Then bishop takes knight, pawn takes... Nah, it doesn't work really. Alright, so they did have some tricks up their sleeve. They did have some tricks up their sleeve. And we are underdeveloped here, is the problem. But I mean, we'll just say, okay, you're going to get a nice center pawn, probably. But we are still a pawn up. Okay, so, and then I was thinking bishop takes. knight here is very surprising. So I'm just going to play knight, bishop takes knight. Takes like this. And then I'm just going to castle. And say, okay, you get the pawn back with the queen, but I will play queen takes queen. Knight takes queen. And probably b4. And although wait a minute, are they just trapping their knight? Where's the knight going? Well, that so let's put some pieces in play. And now it's basically a question if I can get this home in time, or on time I should say. So I'm not sure what this move is supposed to do. Let's just develop, take control of the file. So I don't think all these knight jumps are really that effective. Knight here, I'm just capturing that. So that wins another pawn. I am down to like 30 seconds, but I do have the increment. And I am up a bunch of pawns. I do control the important file. I do control all of the board. So I should be cruising. I just don't want to mess it up in some kind of time trouble. So I am moving up pretty quickly here. Goes here, I mean here. Takes. I should be fastest here, I think. Significantly so. Here and here now. So here and here. And now it's all under control. So it goes here and we just go there. And they go here. Let's just advance. I think with 20 seconds left and an increment, we should be very happy here. Don't think they really have any moves. I'll just find a queen. I'll take a rook instead. Where did the queen go? I don't know. I have a rook ready then. Did I drop it on the floor? I did. We hope they don't make a move while they're just maybe running out their clock. So that was a good game. That was a really good game. Because I spent so much time trying to not mess up that I was in time trouble, and I was very happy that my technique was okay. I was very happy that I didn't, count wrong with like which pawns were faster, and if I could get back all of this. But we are staying in the game here. They may make a move, trying to swindle us on time. Their problem is everything where, like, if they play rook takes pawn, we're going to make a queen that's going to be check. The king will move, we will then capture the rook, it's going to be check again. The king will have to go back, and we have checkmate in so we don't even have to round up this pawn. If they play rook e8, we are just going to make one of the pawns into a queen that will pin the rook. And we're still keeping this pawn under control. And they are a little unhappy. They're running out their clock, and that gives us time to just relax. Relax. We're just hanging out, having a good time with chess. And I hope you are relaxing as well. And okay, they resigned now. They just waited a long time to resign. Okay, we have our 18th game. We are facing Odog with a rating of 1501, e4, g6, knight c3, and bishop g7. Can we win this game? Knight to f3, taking control of the center, but we are challenging that, of course, with our dark squared bishop. We are also playing d6. They play d4, but we can play knight to f6, attacking the e4 pawn because we have played d6. They play knight h5, which seems to me to be a very, very poor move. I'm not sure it does anything at all. I will just castle after knight h4. That knight is not going anywhere. They play bishop c4, which is a much more sensible move, but we can now execute the center fork trick with knight takes pawn on e4. We've seen this a bunch of time. They play knight takes knight, and of course we play pawn to d5, forking the knight and the bishop. I am guessing that bishop, right? They play bishop takes, so they are giving up the bishop. We play queen takes d5, and we are actually already attacking the d4 pawn. The knight drops back to attack our queen. We will just say thank you very much and grab the d4 pawn. Now we are up a pawn in the material count. Queen takes queen, bishop takes queen. Knight to b5. So they want to attack c7 here, which would trap our rook. And I mean, they are also attacking our bishop. So the question really becomes, can we take care of both of those problems at the same time? And the answer is that we can. We can drop the bishop back to b6. Then we may see a move such as bishop to e3, which could actually be a little bit problematic, but not very much so. I feel bishop going back to b6 should take care of our problems. They play the knight back to d4. This does not seem to be a problem, honestly, at all. We will play pawn to e5, which is a very bad move, because of course we could have just captured the knight, but you must have me excused. I've been playing a lot of chess. So they play the knight back to f3, knight d to f3. I guess we just push our pawn here, pawn to e4. They attack us once again, but the knight is not really threatening anything. Knight to e5. And I would like to develop my own knight. But first I will actually play... No, I will play rook to e8. Check the time. We have 2 minutes left. And they drop their knight to c4. I mean, are we winning this knight soon? It does have a hard time moving anywhere, but I'll just develop sensibly. I could have plans of like f6 and g5, trapping the knight. Here they play knight takes bishop after I play knight c6, and we will play a takes b6. We are up a pawn. Their knight has no squares. They attack our pawn. And how about we just capture that? Because it's check from the rook. So that actually wins us another pawn, and probably just pawn takes pawn here is now. They play king takes pawn on g2. We can win yet another pawn with rook check on e2, picking up the c2 pawn. We are not really doing anything very complicated here. King to f3. We have a minute left. Should we try to go for some kind of checkmate, maybe with knight d4? checking the king, protecting the rook, and okay, the king moves. I think we just play knight takes c2, 40 seconds. We just don't want to lose on time, so we just pick up a bunch of pawns here. And we shouldn't be in any sort of trouble. We are up on like a million, not a million pieces, but a million pawns. And okay, let's just develop these pawns, get them rolling. Now soon we can play one of the rook, can capture on b2. Let's do it right away. We are pretty close to checkmate actually. Rook b3 is actually a pretty decent threat. Check. Of course, they did give themselves an out there, but I mean, we are now threatening checkmate again with just pawn to g5. So I think it's so check here. They did, of course, give themselves a square where they could escape, but now this is picking up some more material. I have 40 seconds thanks to the nice increment. Let's keep on chasing this king. Check. Here. And of course here now. And we are trying. Okay, you take here, but then I'll just capture the knight now. So okay, this check is not dangerous. 30 seconds thanks to the increment. Rook takes here. I guess check. Interposing, that's not going to work. Check. And here, let's go check. And there, let's see if we can find a way to checkmate here. So now we should have rook c8 checkmate threatened, and indeed we did get there in the end. A very smooth game, although I of course did not play particularly precisely. I was not in any trouble at any point, and that makes it 18-0 for the bad guys. Okay, game 19, we have the white pieces. We open up with d4. d5 and c4. The queen's gambit. We are playing against only child with a rating of 1567, and they play c5. So it's d4, d5, c4, c5, which I believe is probably not a very good opening. So I will play c takes d. I think this is called like the Austrian defense or something. And then queen takes. d5. So I don't want, of course, to lose this game. And I think maybe a move as simple as pawn to e3 here is really, really, really good. Because in this position here where they play c takes, interestingly, I can play knight c3 attacking the queen. And they can't capture my knight because their queen would be hanging. So their queen has been developed too early. They play e5, which is of course very bad because knight takes, queen wins on the spot. The game is now over. They even resigned. So that is 19 d0, huh? 19-0, so we are one game away. 19-0. For the last game, how about we make it even more exciting and I play a long game, like with a much longer time control. So let me go into the Chessup app here and let me adjust the settings a little bit. We have a game. We have the white pieces. We are playing against Pi Natal with a rating of 1627. They play knight f6 in response to our d4. Let's play c4. And they play d5. They are playing quite quickly, but we don't have to play quickly at all. We have a lot of time. We've seen this position before, and it's called the Marshall defense. What black is playing, named after Frank Marshall. He was a big player in the 1910s, 1920s. He actually has one of the most beautiful moves ever played. I made a shorts about it, but this is not a good defense, and I'll show you why. With c4, one of the reasons that we are attacking this pawn here is that we are actually, in some cases, completely willing to go in and capture that pawn. So if you defend it with a pawn, you can just, if you had played c6, you could just recapture with that. I wouldn't have any particular advantage there. But when you defend it with the knight and you recapture with the knight, this knight is now exposed. And we want to take advantage of that, we could play the move pawn to e4, attacking the knight. We could do that right away. I recommend playing this little subtle knight to f3 first. You don't have to do it like this, but they are not going to stop us from playing pawn to e4. You can see now they play pawn to e6 instead, so we can actually just go ahead and play pawn to e4, which attacks the knight. The knight will then have to move again, and we have then won what we call a tempo in chess. Basically, we are getting time to put our pieces where we want them, and we are making our opponent waste time. So you can see we play the pawn here 2 squares forward. It now attacks the knight here. The knight cannot remain on this square. It will have to move, otherwise we will just capture it. So the knight goes back to f6, and here we have a little bit of a choice to make, because we could actually play this pawn forward. You can see how that would attack the knight once more, but then it could be that we would have some weaknesses on the light squares if we put both of our center pawns on the dark squares. Our opponent could try to develop around the light squares. So instead of attacking this knight right away, we are going to play knight over here to c3. This knight is now defending the light squares, and it is also defending, crucially, the e4 pawn, which was attacked by the knight. Our opponent plays bishop to b4. This is known as a pin, and the point is that this knight can no longer move now, because it would expose the king to an attack from the bishop. So that means that this pawn on e4 is now under attack again. But we can play a move that will be very beneficial to us, and we can defend the pawn. We can develop a piece, meaning we can take a piece from the back rank where it's doing nothing and put it into play where it is doing something. And we can get closer to one of our goals, which is to castle. We like to castle early in the game so that our king will be nice and safe and snug as a bug in a rock, like I hope that you are right now. So the move is bishop to d3, protecting this pawn and making room for castling, while also being on a pretty nice diagonal for the bishop. Our opponent is playing an interesting move here, I would say. They play pawn to c5, challenging our center. And I think that's a pretty nice move. It's a pretty good try to gain an advantage. So now let's go into some deeper thinking and let's consider what we can do. So we could consider ignoring it and castle, just castle in the position. Let's see what happens if we do that. And let's say that we castle. You can see we can do that. Play the king here. Rook So then they play c takes d4. And perhaps actually in that position we can play knight takes d4. And you might be wondering, well, what about queen takes knight? The thing is that we are going to have bishop to b5 check, exposing an attack from the queen on their queen, which is crucially not protected, you see. If they drop the queen back, we just capture it. And if they block the check in any other way, we still capture their queen. So let's just try that out and just castle in this position here. Because now our king is very safe. It's over here in the corner. It has a nice little wall of pawns, a nice rook protecting it. Okay, they do go for c takes d4. And we are, of course, as discussed, going to play knight takes d4. And they cannot recapture that. But of course they can play something else, like they could just castle. And yeah, they have many things that they could do here. But we play knight takes. This is the variation we calculated. And they are just castling. They see, okay, there is a threat here. And they do not want to risk anything. Now, we could, in this position, go for, there are a couple of different plans. Of course, the knight is now attacked by the queen. Because we don't have any way to get her back. Let's say we play the pawn forward here, because that would allow the bishop to capture h7 with check. That would actually defend the knight in the same way. So let's try this idea out. Playing pawn to e5. The point is, if queen takes knight, we will have, so if the queen comes and captures this knight, we will have bishop takes on h7 with check, which would expose an attack on the queen here from our own queen. They don't want to do that. They instead play knight to d5. And this is one of those positions where we want to consider if we have the Greek gift sacrifice. And I don't think we do. Because you see these idea with bishop takes h7, king takes, and then a knight crucially has to land on g5 with a check. So we could move our knight back. That could be one way to play. And that actually looks very, very promising. They are probably being baited into capturing this knight here, and they are not really respecting the fact that they are behind in development. They have less pieces in play. So let's go knight to f3, and let's see if they will make this mistake here. And the game could become very interesting very soon, because there is a whole variation. Let's say they play knight takes knight, and maybe we will then play bishop takes h7, check, king takes. Oh, they do none of that. That is very interesting. So they play knight d7. And I believe that if we just want a simple advantage in this game, simple move like knight takes knight and pawn takes should be very good. But I also believe that the Greek gift sacrifice is going to be very good here. So playing bishop takes pawn on h7, then king takes, then we play knight g5. The king will be here on h7. That will be check, of course. And if the king drops back, so the queen could capture the knight, but the knight is defended by the bishop, so it would win the queen for us. And if the king drops back, queen h5 is really good. And if the king goes forward, then queen d3 check is very good. So we play bishop takes on h7. It's the second time that we have been able to execute this. They play king takes h7, and the point of our play here is that knight g5 checks the king here. And when the king drops back, we just have to get one more piece into the game. And wait a minute, the first game we had with the Greek gift sacrifice was also a martial defense. It was almost exactly this position. And we play queen h5. Of course, there are some small differences, but now, in order to survive this, they will have to protect the h7 square, which they actually can do in this position, because they can play one of the knights to f6, which would protect h7. So they could play this knight here. We of course capture that, and then they can play the other knight to that square, and they are still in the game. And I hope that they find this defensive maneuver, because otherwise, yes, they do. Okay, so play here, and this is interesting. Let's just play pawn takes knight, and they play knight takes pawn. So this is attacking the queen. We have 4 minutes left, and let's take a look at the material count here, we have lost 3 pawns and a bishop, and we have won 3 pawns and a knight. So the material count is 6 to 6, because both the bishop and the knight are worth 3 pawns. And where do we want to go with our queen? I am thinking queen h4. So our threat now is to play knight e4, attacking this knight. This knight is holding it all together for our opponent. If they play knight takes knight in that situation, we're going to have queen h7 with this classic checkmate. So I think in this position, our opponent should play bishop takes knight here. So we play pawn takes bishop, and we no longer have this convenient way of attacking the knight on f6 here. So our plan from then on out will probably be to try to attack that very same knight with our bishop. And they do play bishop takes c3. We play pawn takes on c3. And now we would like this pawn to go forwards. We would like it to be they play queen d3. Okay. So I guess okay, so this move is defending h7 as well. Let's develop the bishop to b2. This defends our pawn, and it connects the rooks. Queen drops back for the defense. We play this pawn forwards, because what we really want, of course, is to capture this knight, but this knight is now moving away. And is now actually threatening something. Because they want to come in and capture our knight. And I feel that probably knight takes knight here, and queen takes, and then probably this little queen d4. So now we have shifted our attack against the king to be concerned with this battery of the queen and bishop. Of course, our opponent was very, very good at defending the situation, and the position is now probably about equal. I would say that we probably have some sort of advantage. Let's try to activate some pieces. This rook could be quite good. We just have to figure out how to get it in the game, and I think this could be it. So we are now threatening stuff like rook to g5. We are, of course, still considering this long-range bishop. And our opponent is doing something very similar. We are, of course, ahead on time, not on the clock. We're down to about 2 minutes, but we do get an extra 10 seconds for every move. But our pieces are in much better shape than those of our opponent. And I mean, rook h5. If queen g6, then rook g5 there. And they are just a little behind. Maybe nothing more than about a move. And this, of course, attacks our bishop. So we will move our bishop with an attack against their rook. And they attack it once more. I feel we move it once more to a square where it is protected, and we are concerned now with potential back rank checkmates that could occur, because our king could be exposed to a rook or a queen landing on the back rank. Now, let's try for this attack against their king. Crucially, we are defending the bishop with our queen. So while they did succeed in grabbing a pawn, they may have to give up the rook in this position. So I think they are trapped. They're not trapping their queen. Let's develop the last piece here, and we are maybe making a big mistake. Maybe they can play pawn to e5 now. Of course, we could then play queen e2, which maybe saves the day. They are going for something different. Let's try to tickle that rook a little bit, and we are probably interested in playing something like bishop back. It's a monster bishop, we have a monster position, but we are low on time, and stuff could potentially go wrong. Queen here. Is it good to just capture this rook and they capture our rook and we play the bishop all the way back so that their dark squares is they are very weak, but now of course our light squares are very weak. So they attack our queen and we go for this idea, and I think we just about managed to win the game, and they actually resigned because they saw that we had checkmate in one move and they were going for exactly the same checkmate. So I think that's a very, very, very nice game to end on. I am sure I had a bigger advantage earlier in the game when I was executing the Greek gift. They defended very well though, and we had a great experience playing that game. So that is the game. That is the whole video. I'll probably play some relaxing music and show some footage here, just to allow you to drift the last piece out to sleep. And thank you so much for being here, for watching, and I hope you had a great time. 20-0 for the bad guys.